Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I have appeared before thee in an attempt to get some additional work done. Now, as I configure my camera here, because that's what we do on most of these intros, I think I lucked out in the yesterday's stream where I didn't have to do any checking at all. I might have even checked it beforehand. I can't really recall. Anyway, we're going to be working on the Crapitol. We're going to continue to use the urban tiles. So I have prepared this presentation, which is, of course, the before and after from our work yesterday. So this is what it looked like at the start of our session yesterday, and this is what it looked like following that. As you can see, we have indeed filled out quite a few bits of that middle area. There's still a few things that I need to do, though. I have to add the ramp doodads for structure blended with structure, which, honestly, I was pretty sure I had done, but I guess I just hadn't for this tile set. And obviously, we still want to add the expansion to the right, get some terrain elsewhere, hopefully make the rest of the map look a little bit more, shall we say, spruced up. And I've got to decide what I want to do with some of the other available terrain types. But I think I can also start to work on the outline of the mountains and stuff. I just want to take care of this right side area before I do anything more north of center. So that's that. We can get into it. So the question, of course, does become, how much of this map do I think is going to be manually placed? And so far, I mean, it's a lot. In fact, besides the dirt and the water down here, there's not anything that's not manually placed. I mean, obviously, all this is going to be tier 3 and beyond cliffs. So you're not going to get any of that manually placed, even though I was assisted isometrically with the outline. So this is starting to shape up to be just as manually placed as the Blasteroids map, my first one. So just an interesting through line, I suppose. It's a draw between those two experiences. I definitely think that this being a ramp will be nice overall. I was thinking maybe of condensing it, though. It does feel like maybe we've got, like, what do we have here anyway? We have this, that, this, that. I can't tell if that's the appropriate. I think it might be, actually. That might be the appropriate width. What's up, Viker? Now, Viker has been up to some very exciting stuff. I'll leave it up to him if he wants to spill the beans in the chat, but let's just say there's some pretty good features coming that are already done, actually. So prepare thyself. Get rid of this over tiling over here, since it's right there. Yeah, when we confirm stability and fix up some balancing issues and some bugs, like the Luminary still has that bugged behavior, stuff like that. I think the Tarrasque still has some issues. But anyway, when we resolve all of the issues that we do have right now, we get this patch out, whoo boy, it's going to be a very different experience. I'll tell you that much. I guess in keeping with that, I should make sure that nobody has randomized start location. Okay. All right. Nobody's got it. Yeah, it's weird. I mean, I obviously modeled the delete building AI hook after the delete worker AI hook. So it should, I mean, I assume it's very similar in that respect. But maybe there's some distinction you can see in IDA or in the assembly. But yeah, melee experience got overhauled. I mean, that change you fucking sent me a screenshot of earlier It's pretty nice. It's pretty good. Like that's not just melee. That's anything. That's like if you have a co-op scenario where everybody's a human, right? You can still run that. So that's pretty fucking nice. That's pretty good. I like that. Or if it's like I guess if it was co-op versus AI and the AI was guaranteed, yeah, it wouldn't take into effect. But it's nice. It's something that we've been dealing with for a long time that just got resolved. So very fucking exciting stuff. Very exciting. I'm still quite excited if you couldn't tell. I guess I'll minimize some of this stuff and hope that I won't need to relaunch SEM Draft anytime soon. I just realized I could be planting these trees instead. If I wanted to. I'm not sure that I do, though. I don't know what looks better. Because I don't have them blended with grass. I don't think. Yeah. So maybe it's a bit more consistent to use these ones from DF. I guess I could also slap together some... Oh, I never finished my temple experiment tile from yesterday. I'll have to do that off stream later. But yeah, I was thinking maybe I could spend a bit of time working on taking this asphalt tile and blending it with doodads so that we could have like satellites and stuff up there if we wanted to, or like planetariums or anything like that. So since this central area is supposed to be the financial district, I was thinking that we could have at least one area where there's like structure on structure and that's like another height level of it. But I don't really know what the best location for that would be, especially given the outline that we have now. I mean, we have this area over here where it's obviously grass or whatever. I guess what we could do is we could blend it with raised jungle. So we could have another like big raised jungle area over here. And that could be like the, I don't know, the fucking gas stop or whatever. The truck stop. Meanwhile, over here in the central area, I would think there's going to be like, a base along this ridge or whatever that's going to be mighty hard for any southern player to hold unless this guy's taken care of and that guy's taken care of. But that doesn't really sound too interesting. Maybe the base could be like along the back ridge, and so your structure might get harassed or whatever, but theoretically it would be possible to hold. So that would require a ridge of sorts over here. But, I'm not averse to experimenting with something like that. Now, like I said, I did want to try and crack this nut over here. I don't have a huge amount of inspiration for what could go here, but I imagine it would probably be more structure. That being said, obviously we can mix asphalt with grass now. So I guess theoretically I could do like a really weird transition where we blend the asphalt with grass, and then in the grass we blend that with dirt and then have dirt cliff. Or something like that if we wanted to. I think that could be interesting. And the question is, do we want to work water in anywhere else? Not 100% sure about that one. You know, I was also thinking that maybe we could actually fit two bases in here, and one of them could be like along this ridge that I've just painted, and you would have like another one with a higher dirt ridge or something over here. I think that could actually work, even though it seems unlikely. Seems very cramped if I were to do it over here, though. I think I'll probably take this and copy and paste it. Because then you can have, like, the resources and the base. Not going to be a whole lot of build space here either way. Maybe that's fine, though. Allowing to start a game with 8 computer slots, but it's still not working. Oh, you're talking about, like, forcing the observer functionality or something? Yeah, there's got to be a slot for the player themselves to sort themselves into. So you definitely need something there. You know that problem that you have in PyTile where you change the zoom and it changes your scroll position entirely? Just so you know, that also is happening in SCMDrift's brush palette, so... Oh, it's actually returning to the site of your last selection, so never mind. That's still really stupid and probably a bug. Don't mind the trucks. They like to make noise. So I kind of want to have a grass at the bottom to dirt at the top transition here. Not sure yet how I'll handle that. Definitely don't have the tiles necessary to blend this in a more reasonable way. But let's see what we can do. Yeah, right now I think that's probably the best that we're gonna get, but I'll continue experimenting a bit later on. Obviously, I can make, you know, case-specific tiles or whatever. But I stress this pretty much every time I work on the jungle tile set. There's a limited number of slots left, you know? So yeah, originally I was thinking of adding some sort of natural terrain over here as a way to have the height variation stick, but it does not seem likely in the current setup we got going on. Tikimon! Tikimon protects. Try to make this area look a bit more dynamic. We are aiming for something that feels natural, after all. Oh, shit. Well, I suppose I can just retrace this, actually. Not much of a point in making this not even. Besides annoying me. Aha. What's up, Balethal? Welcome. owned, censoring other social media networks. Aha. Well, apparently you can put that in your fucking username on Discord and then spam bot join a server like 12 times or whatever. So apparently that guy doesn't even know. Well, allegedly that guy doesn't even know that it's him. So like where the what the source is. So allegedly, a likely story. It's pretty funny to me that you could just do that in fucking modern day and age. And there's no seemingly no workaround. Wanna see if I can add these to the thing here. Let's see how crazy we can get. Now we need to get the signs. Oh. I forgot I did that cheeky trick. I was wondering how the fuck I was ever supposed to line those up. Now I know. We'll finally be able to place blizzard doodads in the jungle tile set. I'm sure you have all been waiting eagerly for this moment. I'm happy to report that it is finally here. Is there really only... There's no, there's only one face time it faces that, apparently. The fuck? Listen, you'll be enthusiastic when I Photoshop it into lard instead of blizzard. I like how they were so lazy with this, by the way, that they didn't even fucking... Like, look. They just put it as like a... Same with the flag. It's just a black banner. Like, you could still see the fucking stuff behind it. They didn't even do any work. I guess unsurprisingly. Well, yeah, of course. I mean, I would hope that Blizzard didn't put their own stuff into the game. Their own billboards. I think they save billboards for art anyway. Art, by the way. Allegedly. Oh, I found the blizzards. Thank goodness. I thought my collection wouldn't be complete. Okay. I think we got them all. Yeah. These guys couldn't even mirror this shit. And I guess I can also grab versions of just the tiles of these in case people want to place them. And there we go. Add that to the brush. It's hard when you are illiterate. Yeah, it's hard when you drink on the job for your entire fucking salary. Pretty difficult then. Dinosaur exhibit, IMO. Okay, it's done. Here we go. Blizzard already did that one for me. Somebody's job was literally to add fucking dino tiles. I still can't believe that that's real. What's up, Espinel? Yeah, bro, this is a city. They gotta have all sorts of stuff. Besides, this is probably the remains of the last lunatic that tried to attack the 1%. So, you know, like the old practice of putting heads on pikes. Well, this time they just fossilize them. The fossil in cliff thing is really funny because... Oh, I didn't even notice it was there over there. The fossil in cliff thing is hilarious because it's like... That's such a specific thing that I could imagine like a high concept premise for a mission going to some area where Zerg lived like millions of years ago or whatever. And you're like, oh, we got some fossils here. Like, it's so specific. But they just made it a general tile that appears all the time. It's pretty hilarious. No fucking... No sense made there, man. Nobody understands that one. It's too bad I couldn't... It's too bad even my map craps are taken too seriously to place a Blizzard sign somewhere. Instead, I greet my lovely players by placing Tiki-Man. Tiki-Man. Tiki-Man greets you. That's what you think, bro. The Zalnaga are just really old, okay? Were you ageist? Huh? Fucking ageist piece of shit. Yeah, I still don't know where those void pixels came from. It's also in this one. Starting to grow a mustache. Now that I can believe. It's like Doodad Hunt all over again. I would have to make some custom graphics where the tikis. I could do that actually. I could do that pretty easily. I would mask out the tikis and then the fucking. I could convert their like lips to be uh, team colored, and then they would be doodads. You have to, but they spawn like fucking units or something when you attack them. That wouldn't be too difficult. Oh, is this true? Am I not allowed to make this exactly symmetrical? Or did I prank myself? Hold on. No, I think it's fine. Just me being helplessly confused at all times. Fucking void zealots. I always forget how to make this particular one that I'm looking for. Doesn't quite seem possible. And just like that, we blended it with dirt. Circuit's not exactly closed yet, but shouldn't take too long. Well, it can actually be used as a heavy element or whatever of a. Like before, it was too one note to be anything other than occasional decoration, but now you have everything you need to make it the centerpiece of a map, or to to build a map entirely out of it or something. Maybe not entirely, but you could get a lot farther than you used to be able to. Oh wait, I was gonna blend with this. Yeah, I was working on that yesterday actually. See how far I get with it. I don't think it'll be too difficult to polish up what I have and get it ready. Might even be able to squeeze it into this patch as we get a bit closer to it being ready. The patch, I mean. What's up, Christo? Welcome. Thanks for the sub. The tough part about YouTube is that I never actually know if people are subbing off the stream or if they're just subbing from a video, so I might have just said thanks to somebody who's not even here. But how it goes. There's probably a way for me to figure that out, but I'm busy mapping. That might happen. I can't see if they unsub, so. Can you imagine if it did show me that and I was just like, hey, fuck you, whoever just did that? Okay. We're starting to develop some additional shapes that I can then use to further improve things. I definitely want a base here and a base here. In the middle and the upper right. I don't know exactly what I'll do to secure that exact thing, but you know what's really funny is that these urban tiles can double as like town hall markers for man-made areas or whatever. Like, I can basically do. I don't even know if there's an example of the other side, but I can basically do this. And voila, you have a town center marker. It also almost looks like this specific combination of tiles almost looks like an emergency hatch or something. Like, I could see that being like a cellar door or something, you know, a storm door of some kind. Well, yeah, and you can obviously, like, for those of us with the tism, we would love to place, you know, turrets and stuff exactly on those things. Very satisfying. All right. So I definitely need to start shaping the edge of the mountain here. That will also help me figure out where this base is going to go. Meantime, I have to decide if I want a base over here at all, because obviously the idea is that you'll be able to just walk down into this area and treat it almost like a courtyard if you're coming up from the top right miner's position. And if this is taken as a base by either player... Oh, I guess if it's taken by the miners, it doesn't matter as much. If it's taken by this guy, then maybe it's a bit more awkward of an engagement. This map definitely does have an issue where I didn't make it wide enough to accommodate for going around the central player. And so you're mostly trying to go through him if you're trying to reach these guys in the bottom or reach these guys in the top from the bottom. So I've got to keep that in mind with how I design the rest of the areas so that doesn't like overly accentuate that issue or aggravate that issue. But I think at this point it's probably fine. Just it is what it is after all. Yeah, in this case, it's also only too small in like one specific sense, where it's specifically too small in terms of its width to support the specific thing I was going for. I'm also trying to keep my maps somewhat reasonable in terms of their scale. Because it's very easy for my shit to be, like... As you can see, this map is mostly manually placed tiles, so... if I don't keep that in mind when I'm like coming up with my map sizes, then shit just blossoms out of control to the point where it easily becomes a bit crazy. I wonder if I can make that terrain block less noticeable. Thinking maybe like this, but no, that's too much. So I guess I just have to be grateful that the mineral field currently hides it, although when that's mined out, it'll be a bit more obvious. Well, remember, like, blasteroids, literally every tile on that map besides the space tiles, which are nothing, was manually placed. Every single tile. In this case, it's very close to that. I have some dirt that I didn't manually place. Like, I manually placed this dirt over here. I have some dirt in this area that I didn't manually place over in the right, and then, a decent chunk of this area is not manually placed, like with the water and stuff, and the high dirt cliffs. But all the grass is manually placed because this is the jungle tile set, so none of that grass existed before. All of the asphalt, obviously, for the same reason. All the structure, same reason. And then all the urban tiles and all of the cliff that's up here will be manually placed. Even if I ended up using an outline for some of that stuff to assist me, it's still manually placing all of those tiles takes quite a while. So in this case, it's not even just... yeah, it was pretty absurd that I was able to even do that, to be honest. And maybe not the best usage of my time either, considering how much work it actually required. I think I intended to have more than just this ramp over here. So what I'll do is I'll just expand it out. And we'll fix the rest later on. Because obviously I want to make this a little bit more elaborate, rather than it being so very one note. This is another, I don't know that you would necessarily call it an issue, but it is something that occurs to me pretty frequently, is that I do strongly prefer having more organic tiles, like organic layouts or whatever. So I can't just do the more trivial things. I kind of like a ramp here, even though it's really unorthodox. Let's try that. See how that works out at the end. I think we'll just chip that off a bit. I will say it's a bit weird to place tiles like in this manner after having spent so much time placing them in like very pristine orientations where it's always like the same things. There's something going on in that front. So it's pretty funny. Hmm. I think that works for what we need. All right, let's do a bit of cleanup here. I try to mix in these bits of like tidying up and filling in because it does actually help me remember like what the overall map looks like and feels like. Gives me a better idea, more complete idea of what's going on at any given time. Allows me to take a moment and, I guess for lack of a better term, internalize what the map is, how it's shaping up and all that. So I usually use this opportunity to take a look at the different bit elements of geometry that I've got going on and what I feel maybe lacks a bit of, like, what doesn't feel organic enough, right? And I would say like this is an example over here where there's like, it's kind of a weird straight line right after this. So I'm wondering if maybe we don't do something like that. And there we get slightly more room coming down to this ramp as well, which is a nice side effect. We kind of have the same thing going down over here, I've noticed. So yeah, now it's starting to shape up a bit better, but it comes with its own issues. And its own motorcycles. I think overall that was an improvement. So yeah, up next is completing the circuit to the right over here. And then starting to, well, I gotta place the base. I do wish this was actually on the, like in the grass. It's just too small. I don't think there's a chance in hell we get a fucking town center marker. Alright, if that's our block out then. I'm gonna get rid of that. Yeah. That's almost surely not happening. So this is moving back over. Alright, I think we've butchered that area enough. But hey, at least it's symmetrical on left to right side. That's actually a nice happy accident. Alright. I shall return momentarily. Until then, you can drink in the visuals of this lovely map while I use this opportunity to refill my water, use the bathroom, and all that good stuff. Bye. Yep. We're back. We're even standing up now, because that's how we do it around these parts. Alright. Let's finish what we began. That is another question I've got to ask myself about this area is, do I want there to be a ramp maybe down here? Do I want this to be a contact point? I don't think I can fit. I definitely can't fit because there's going to be a little bit of lost detail here. So we would have to do it like this. I guess then it could even be a wider one. Yeah, I think we should be on track to have a pretty nice, like, transitionary area or whatever. What I'll probably end up doing is reseeding this cliff up here to give more build space for the yellow player in his main. And I might even pull this cliff down a bit so that this player actually starts out on that higher ground. Even though it doesn't confer any bonuses. I think I'll place that base next, the one that's going to be in that middle area. That'll be the last of the expansions necessary before I move on to a more dedicated push towards this upper area, because there's probably only going to be, what, I'm going to say 4 bases maximum in this upper strip, so we're definitely on the downward trajectory in that respect. I was thinking of actually placing an expansion over here that would be flanked on either side by ramps. Nice way to incentivize AI to actually secure this area. So as I said earlier, I also aim to change up some of the layout that we have, or have plans for. Okay. Let's place some resources, boys. I might actually swap that out for mud later or something. We'll see. I guess this would make less sense as mud, wouldn't it? Okay, well, now we get to have the fun of placing some more stuff. Pretty easy to see my aim being the assembly of an expansion up here to the right. Voila! Et Biker gang has arrived. Probably restructure that leftmost area. Looks a bit too symmetrical for my liking. So yeah, we're almost done with this left base, which is pretty nice. So this is where we can work in a little bit more of that same kind of rugged terrain that we've got going on down here in the bottom, because obviously it's a little bit more natural. But I still don't want to shy away necessarily from using a couple of areas where there's some man-made stuff, because this is supposed to be a mining area, so to speak. Yeah, that's my face too, Mr. DF. Glad to see you, boy. Time to drink some serious fluids. Alright, let's buckle down and finish manually placing these cliffs here. They are by no means the last of the cliffs we'll be placing, but it should be, you know, pretty close to the end now, I think. Yeah, you're talking Fahrenheit, I presume, because otherwise you would be dead. This is what we're dealing with. Heat advisory. It was like this yesterday, too. Low 90s. Not to start measuring our penises, especially on stream where I would be banned for such an activity. But I win. And by win, I mean lose. Yeah. You might be onto something there. And they said solar power wasn't hot enough, wasn't strong enough. I could throw my air conditioner in at any point, but I told you this privately earlier, Diev. I'm seeing how long I can last. I don't know why. I am a psycho, but it's like a fun challenge, except it's not fun at all. But I'm doing it anyway. No, that's not what I wanted. Jesus. What an idiot. Oh, fuck. There we go. What's up, Theron Savory? Now that's a name. Yeah, I don't know, man. I got my window open. I got my ceiling fan on high. I got my Psycho card. It's funny how suddenly it started. Since you're apparently from here, or at least living here, you can kind of testify to the same thing, I'm sure. It's just one day I woke up and I was fucked in terms of temperature. It was over. Still not 100% sure why or how it happened. Been too inspired by Lex Friedman, I guess. He was talking about how for a while, like, eventually I'll be too old and frail to do crazy shit, so I should do crazy shit now or something. I don't even know if he said that, but that was like the essence of something that he said, at least in terms of what I interpreted from it. And I was like, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I should just suffer forever now. I've also been watching a lot of period pieces from like Netflix and stuff. Like I watched Godless and Damnation, which are single series. You'd be calling them TV shows, I guess, but they weren't. At least I don't think Godless was ever on TV. But they obviously didn't have air conditioning. There's not really a connection there, to be honest. It's just made me think of living a rugged lifestyle. You know what I mean? Suppose I just don't ever turn on my AC. Suppose what happens then? Yeah, I still walk every day, and yesterday I actually took one of the longest walks I've taken, like, probably all year, which was really hilarious. Great timing by me. Because I had to I didn't have to, but I chose to walk to the bank so that I could cash a check. And then I walked the opposite direction back to my house, which is already like probably totals out to like 20, 30 minutes. And then I walked to the store, which is another 30 minutes there and 30 minutes back. So that was pretty reasonable. Also known as lunacy. I mean, there's that funny saying where in New England, if you don't like the weather, wait a minute. I remember the first time I heard that, I was amused at how apt it actually ended up being. Could have sworn I saw a tile for that at some point, but I suppose I was wrong. At least for this tile type. I don't know where else it would have been. All right. Voila. And moi, moi. We have our rough outline. Yeah, instead of having a hitman, I just had like 8 people, well, 8 bots. I know it must have totaled out to like 12 distinct accounts, all with this one guy's Twitter. Join my server as their like his Twitter account was literally their name. That's pretty reasonable. All right. Now it's time to find my mud. Where's my mud at? Just scrolled past it, of course. Here we go. Yeah. I don't really miss the shoveling, but even that was okay. Like, the thing is, if you're cold, you just put on more blankets and during the night, you put on more clothes during the day. But there's only so much you can take off when it's really hot, to the point where at some point it just doesn't even matter. That is true. Mike, in the back over there, he doesn't. There's nothing left for him to take off. There's really nothing left. I could always become him in a pinch. Yeah, it's pretty cool. What's up, roller skates? How may I help you do that? May I sign you up for LastPass and then encrypt all of your passwords and then never give your account back? Maybe that will help. Yeah, actually check to see if these are even the same town. Yeah, okay. Doesn't look like we have any assignment errors. Pretty nice. So there are 6 bases total that the central player has access to. But these 2 are contested with the north player. I would say even this one can be contested with the north team. I guess this one is easily contested by the south team. Otherwise, I guess they kind of start out mostly contesting with the south team. I wonder how that'll shape up. I think I might swap this out for mud, actually, because this is meant to be a little bit more towards the rugged area. Rugged is like how somebody with a slight speech impediment says Rogan. You seen that Ruggin around here? That Joe Ruggin? You know what's really funny is Joe Rogan is like somebody who I don't know how often he released episodes in aggregate, but it might as well have been like a daily routine of mine to just listen to some of his talk shows or podcasts rather. And when he switched over to Spotify, because I didn't bother downloading a new app and following him over there, I didn't realize, like, I never, if you asked me, like, would you stop listening to Joe Rogan? I'm like, no, he's got some interesting guests on, he's got some funny guests on, like, I'll check. I watched or listened to most episodes unless I was really busy, which began to happen more and more frequently. But then, like, after he stopped uploading, I was to YouTube. I was just like, oh, I guess I'll. That's like a minor inconvenience theoretically. Apparently, there are a lot of actual technical issues with the Spotify player, but allegedly that's a minor inconvenience, and even that was enough to just make me like, yeah, whatever. See ya. I don't even remember. I don't even immediately associate that as his catchphrase, though. So that's a bit weird. I wonder what the inspiration was for that. It's entirely possible. It's definitely him. And then like asking every guest if they've tried DMT or whatever. That's like that's obviously an exaggeration, but that's also him. I did enjoy it, and the first time Elon Musk came on the podcast and was asking Joe Rogan, like, how often do you talk about monkeys on the talk show? Like, probably nobody cares about this. And he's just like, people are laughing right now because I talk about monkeys every fucking day or something like that. That was actually a funny bit. What is kind of weird is the whole like, I guess everything about Elon Musk is kind of strange. It's kind of weird how he's developed like a cult of personality or about himself. I think. No, I actually want what I just had. Oh yeah, I wanted to change these locations. Is this even player 4? Or 3, rather? What is this? That's 4. So this guy over here, and this guy over here. Yeah, I guess the problem is that like once you start doing stuff with like spaceships and shit, like literal rocket science, people have a decent amount of trust in you, I guess. I don't know. It's hard to say, but what's up, Ken? Welcome, motherfucker, to the show, the shit show, where I do some terraining and talk about weather in Boston. You want to talk about fucking hot weather? Talk to Kian. He lives in Florida. I'm doxing Kian, by the way. No, he lives somewhere south of the equator. No, he lives in Florida, and let's just say it's epic over there for weather. Yeah, or Texas. Roller skates over here from Texas, doxing himself. Well, I guess he didn't really dox himself, but I confirmed the dox, so I just double doxed. I'll never forget this hilarious exchange I had with somebody where he was censoring. It was Greth over in the No Hunters FFA channel, Discord server, where he had posted like the screenshot of somebody being an idiot on, I think it was a Reddit comment or a Discord message or something. Whatever it was, it wasn't really that big of a deal, but it was funny. It was basically like a Fagudo screenshot, right? Where you just get like destroyed because you were posted something really stupid. And the guy says, somebody asked him why he grayed out the name or blocked out the name. And he's like, well, if I didn't censor this screenshot, that would be doxing. It's like, no, that's not really how that works. Greth is like an unknown lol cow in the Starcraft space. You sort of how like Andrea Rose is kind of a lol cow in the campaign creating space. Greth is kind of like that for whatever he does. I don't know what you would describe it. He does like what he calls vid reps, which are basically castovers, and he runs this. He runs this channel where he and community where they basically play like this bizarre game mode that they occasionally have Excalibur make maps for, which is you know, I got nothing against it. I just think it's funny. He's a funny man. That man is funny. You moved your car for like 2 minutes earlier and got chills when you came back inside because of the sweat on your back. Yeah. Yeah, when you could fry eggs on the hood of your car, that's like not exactly sanitary, but you could probably make some money doing that. Just be like, come on and have some sweet southern eggs. Just crack that shit right on the hood of your car. Start frying them up, baby. Yeah, it's 92 Fahrenheit here. I don't know what the fuck that is in non-freedom units. Sorry to anybody who's using those. To anybody who's not using insanely stupid measurements, I apologize. It's a sincere apology. I'm not being a memer. I actually don't know what the if I search Boston weather, what will I get? Humidity 54%. So yeah, I don't know. If I search Texas weather, I'm gonna get some really stupid stuff. Yeah, it looks like your humidity is higher. Flood warning. Okay, reasonable. That's in Dallas, though. I don't know where you are specifically. Yeah, sweet southern eggs. Yeah, because when somebody's like, "Oh man, it's 30 degrees outside," my gut reaction is that's pretty low number. But then I remember that seed that's like pretty high. So video blocked in country. That's good. Just taking a moment to smash. Apparently, Remastered just received a patch that broke Samace and SEM Draft. Although Nave was able to fix the Samace side of things. And I think SEM Draft was automatically resolved. Probably because Blizzard rolled it back. Yeah, I don't see any actual releases, so. It's not like SEM Drift itself was updated. Yeah, imagine having any high humidity at all. What a disaster. We might get rain later, which would actually be pretty nice, I think. It's difficult to know for certain. Alright, I'll go ahead and slap this last base down over here. Now that's a geyser placement. I could probably eat in a little bit to this to restructure that cliff a little bit later on, because it's already a bit unnaturally straight regardless. It's just broken up a bit by the ramp that being there, but then if this gas is there, then it doesn't really make too much sense to just be like, oh, I get to walk out here, and then instant fucking block anyway, so... Suppose what I could do as well is, like, after I restructure this a little bit, I could add another ramp that faces down here. So there'd be, like, this ramp in, and then a ramp over here or something. But we'll see what it looks like after I restructure it. For now, I'll just slap down the town center marker. We can't get you decided to come out of hiding long enough to fix our translator stand. I wonder what the patch was even supposed to do that broke everything. Yeah, I would like to forget that SCR existed at all, to be honest. As it is indeed a pretty ridiculous program. Oh, somehow I managed to botch that. I don't know what the fuck was supposed to be there. I think I just never placed the updated cliff tile. What it looks like. Yes, the mistakes of the past. Yeah, don't mind any of the background noise. Like I said earlier, my window is open very wide. I was also, when I was sitting down earlier in the stream before I went BRB, my right leg was getting toasted slowly but surely from my fucking computer case. This computer case is even less fucking like heat conscious than my other one, like from way back. It's pretty absurd, actually, that it's that bad. Because it's quite something. All right, I like that overall layout. Quite a bit better, actually. Do some decoration, indulge myself. No, I'm talking about this case more broadly speaking. I was quite disappointed to find out that it was like basically I didn't do a good enough job researching before purchasing the case, and I only found out that it was that bad after actually using it. This base was once watched over by a brave tikiman. Unfortunately, he was beheaded, half half-headed. It was supposed to be a mixture of laser eye surgery and dentistry, but they did it in the wrong order. We may never know where his other half is. Yeah. We need a little bit more variety eventually, but I'm not too worried. We'll get there. It sounds pretty goofy, but I actually really do enjoy making like pretty courtyards for people to fight over. I think it works out pretty well, actually. Yes, all that's left is their mouth so that they can continue to spew forth bullshit. But there's absolutely no head. No cranium. You appear to be missing a cranium. Nope. That's how he came. Yeah, I already have raised jungle trees from the actual jungle thing. If I can find it real quick. They're in the brush palette for Cosmonarchy. Like, I have stuff like this blended already. The problem is that they don't really look like they belong in the same biome, so to speak. All of the trees are very distinct. The bigger issue, I think, is that we just don't have that many tree types. And while it's already a bit of a challenge to try to create new tree types, it would be a bigger technical challenge because SEM Draft can't actually support extended sprites. So I would have to like take sprite entries that I'm not using in Cosmonarchy, which is actually not that big of a deal for me. It's just kind of annoying to have to do, but it's quite possible to implement. The bigger issue comes from anybody else who wants to make use of this stuff. Um, without using the extenders that we have. So actually pretty frustrating in that respect. Like I could do this, for example. But in my opinion, those trees don't really match the style we're going for. Whoa. I was thinking about re-engineering this area to also be a base, but I feel like it would be more trouble than it's probably worth. No, for sure. There are different species of trees, and maybe like the ice and jungle ones work well together or something. But like, I just feel like there's a pretty big clash between the Badlands trees, or I guess the ones that are on the dirt layer and grass layer canonically in vanilla, and the ones that we have from jungle, from the Ire tile set, if you want to call it that. I think those trees end up looking very different. Like, I don't know what the fucking terms would be, but the ones with the thicker roots always, in my mind, are like forest trees and maybe by the water or something. Whereas the ones that we have for these, the ones that I have planted so far, those feel like maybe they are a little bit more in a Barrens Badlands style scenario where there is a little bit less to go around. That might even be an argument for replacing them with the jungle trees, or maybe placing some of the jungle trees around here or something. But I haven't decided what I want to do with that yet. And then the ice ones are a little bit puzzling because those are probably the most like realistic looking trees out of the bunch, which makes them look, in my opinion, very strange next to the very large trees that we have in the other tile sets. Yeah. Yeah, they've got that like scraggly nature to them a lot of the times. Like even the ones that have like bushes on them and stuff. Even those ones even look goofy. Not goofy, but like even those ones look a little like holy shit. Like that's a tree you'd see in Diablo or something. You know what I mean? Like it's a fucking omen of death where crows would perch on them. Not a fucking tree that you'd see in like a forest. So, but the ones in ice look like more conventional trees that you would see in like your average city area, which may be a good argument to port them over for raised jungle and grass and all those other things. The concern that I have there is obvious. I mean, for one, you have to get rid of the snow, as you mentioned. For another, I don't know. There's just a number of cases where I think that looks. It would look odd in conjunction with others. I don't know if there are any trees that feel like they fit into the same biome despite being different. Yeah, not really. I have concepts for them, but not really the know-how or expertise to create them myself. I was thinking of like some really wacky ones I would want on Ash World. That would basically be like these scraggly looking trees, but turned up to 11 and with very different shapes for the boughs. I guess it would almost be kind of like a continuation of those really short, stubby doodads that used to block pathing and buildability before I removed that particular feature. That look like, I guess they almost look like vulcanized plants or something, where they've been like ashed over. Petrified or whatever. I'll see what I can do. I've been working a little bit on that concept that I hit you with very briefly a while back with the temple changes or whatever. So something similar to the urban tiles you've done with structure blends, but doing it with temple. I used ruins as the base, and then I customized the mask and the depth and a bunch of other stuff, and then tried to like bleed the subtile through a little bit to make it look worn over and like abandoned and actually ruined. And I think that that will work out pretty nicely, but the biggest concern is because I used ruins as the base, I basically need to like make a couple of duplicates. It's going to be kind of annoying to do that from an organizational perspective in the Photoshop document, but it'll just take some shuffling and I'll fix it eventually. But I have to make a bunch of like different versions basically because ruins by default only has the two different north and south facing tile types and only the two different outer edges as well. Which obviously means it's quite unlikely that you'd be able to have enough variety. Like, the thing that I found out is I was getting creative with how I created, like, holes in the terrain and then bled the subtile through and allowed, like, you know, playing with depth to fool the, the player into thinking that, or the observer into thinking that when you're looking at that, it's done in a certain way. It's either it's a hole with grass underneath or it's grass poking up through, you know what I mean? As like a plant or something. And I thought that that worked out pretty well. But the problem is if there's only like two versions of the north tile or the south tile or the edge tile, then the fact that there are, like, they're not general purpose, basically. They are almost like you would use them for doodads or visual variety, as opposed to them being like the catch-all. So the allegory I would have is like, if the only two tiles I had were these two tiles for the north-facing edges, like, you'd get pretty fucking tired of it. But now I can use them as accents instead of as, like, the main thing. Or it's the same deal with, like, this road or whatever. If the road is, like, the main thing here, then it's kind of weird that it's like that, you know what I mean? So that would just be another example, which actually reminds me I wanted to add a bit of flavor to this as well. I guess I can't do that without having the road line. But yeah, I think it'll be okay placeholder. It probably won't be as high quality as what DF's done with the structure stuff. But I'm gonna give it my best shot at making it reasonable, because I feel like what this has opened my eyes to is the fact that it's something I was talking with Balethal about earlier. Structure before we had these urban tiles really could only be used as an accent, as a small area of the map, or like whatever. If it was used in a large case, it was very one note, and it felt very one note, and there was very few ways that you could use, like you could use the stacked structure that I made, so you could put structure on top of structure. But I didn't make asphalt on the structure, and if I did, it would have looked goofy because it's literally just like paving over structure. It's like, what the fuck, why are you doing that, from like a logical point of view? So it's kind of immersion breaking, even if it is something that's like better for the purpose of immersion, or the purpose of, oh no, it's worse for immersion, but it's better for like visual variety. So it's like, at least you have something less annoying to look at given enough time. But the problem is, like, we basically we were very limited in what we could use structure for. But now it's almost like its own base tile type, the same way dirt is like ubiquitous in that way. So like, as this map has progressed, yes, we're using a lot of structure, but you'll notice that the overall amount of structure is actually shrinking the more I work on this, because I'm converting some of the structure stuff into different areas, essentially. Like, now we have something a little bit different going on in some of these areas. We're expanding out like the grass or the jungle or whatever. And I think that works out pretty well. Even though it's technically reducing the amount of structure, it's like we're using it as the same way that we use dirt as a canvas to like paint something more onto it. And the more tiles, the more different things we can get to work like that, where there are enough blends and there are enough permutations so that you can actually do that, the better off we'll have, the more complete tile sets will actually feel, because we'll be able to say, look at this, and then say like, okay, well, we've got all this for structure. If we get everything in for temple as well, then suddenly we could build a map primarily out of temple as the canvas, or at least significant amount of it being out of temple as a canvas, and then you can fill like an area with dirt on top of it. It's like, oh, the temple was built around a mountain or something, you know. Like, there's different things that you can end up accomplishing based on that I think end up being quite I would say quite important to have the option. So that's my spiel at any rate. It looks like if I want to line this up with the other one, which is in sort of invisible symmetry, I would actually benefit from doing that. Speaking of minimizing temple. See if that actually lines it up or not. Oh, looks like it was actually correct before. Yeah. I was trying to keep some symmetry with like this path being so wide and this path being the same amount of width, but I think a nice little line over here will help make a border feel a bit more concrete, I guess. And then obviously I can fill this area up with a little bit more natural terrain to help the transition. Because right now it feels like it does just kind of spontaneously end. Cool. Suppose we can also do the old I figured out the thing earlier, but it's only for those inner corners. It's not for the outer ones. That's why I was getting pranked. All right. Now we've got something here. It almost kind of makes structure look like plating on space platform, which is pretty nice. So I guess what you're suggesting is like if we were to take the urban tiles and see, what I want to know is whether or not like we could actually replace the structure, the edge tile with something from space platform. I think that could be pretty interesting. I'm not sure if that's what you meant though. I like how I hit Control W and instead of closing the program like it does with every other fucking program, it maximized for some reason. I don't know why. I hope that didn't fucking create some dumb thing. So this would be high platform. Doesn't look too bad. I don't have regular platform canvas out yet, by the looks of things. However, high platform cliffs and ramps as well. Oh, as in like you just want the whole tiles over. I'm not sure. Like it does feel pretty distinctive, but I already have a PSD for that. If you want me to send it your way, for whatever reason, catwalk as walkways, bridges between structures. Yeah, I guess I could see that too. I mean, I always had the idea of catwalk being in space, right? That was one of the first things that I came up with alongside asteroid tiles for a platform back in the Hydra days. So that could easily be a thing. Yeah, it would probably mostly be asphalt. Like the ultimate thing that is sort of fucking us now is we we have this issue where we have like the limited group stuff or whatever. I think we could fit in some significant changes. I'm kind of saving that for the temple idea that I had a while back. But speaking of temple, I actually experimented with the idea of replacing the structure with temple to get like a cheat like urban tile or whatever for temple. The problem is it does look a little too straight. We would need, in my opinion, we would need a lot more stuff like this where we've got like wild distinctions between the, what do you call it? Like we would need it to be a little bit more haphazard because it would need to look more like bricks and less like straight edges made by Terrans or whatever. At least for my money, it looks okay as like a placeholder or like a early development texture or whatever. But like I said earlier, I've got better ideas on the way. Anyway, I'll save this. It looks like I've placed this at a slight offset of 1 tile, and that's why we can't blend it the way that I was thinking we were going to. Yeah, catwalk over actual magma, as in like the unpathable terrain type, is. I don't think that's a bad idea. I do think there's a distinct lack of tiles that we can use for that kind of purpose. I suppose I can sacrifice this, actually. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to do what I was planning on doing with this area. That would be pretty cool, actually. I don't exactly know how I would do that. I guess I would just have to have another stream running with some psychotic window capture stuff going on. I'll give a tour of the map once I'm done with this area. If you don't mind waiting a moment. Well, I get the bigger issue is figuring out how I would even, like, how I would even do that in the first place. As in how I would even know, like, what's what. It's pretty stupid that I know all of these offsets by heart. There was some absurd. There were a couple of actually really stupid cases recently where I was able to. I was able to show off my absurd rote memorization of trivia that I've accrued recently, and it was quite embarrassing. TBH. Oh yeah, I guess what I could do is do like new viewport, but I can't leave the. Yeah, it's actually not possible by the looks of things, because that might even be useful for me in general. What is Cascade? Oh, that just shows me everything. Yeah, I can't take this and like, oops, I just closed the whole map. I can't take that and like change stuff about. Oh, I just broke the fucking editor. Well, hopefully it didn't corrupt my map. That'll be pretty bad. Oh, never mind. It was reloading the brush palette. That's pretty stupid. but that's apparently what was going on there. See what you almost did? JK. Yeah, I would just like probably make some meme stupidity as my fucking I don't know what I would do actually. It'd be pretty tilted. Wouldn't have been your fault though. It would have been SI's fault for being an idiot. I still don't know why it takes so long to initialize that shit in the first place. Yeah, maybe that's what would happen. Actually, it's not a bad prediction. I added the blizzard sign to the brush palette, so now that everybody can start vomiting during their map making process. Yeah, I certainly can guess. Where's my... Oh, it's up here. So I guess theoretically it's possible to place your structure here if you want to be a fucking lunatic, or if you're an AI, perhaps. Perhaps that would also be an acceptable response. I'm really only massively comfortable with using the one tile tall blends for asphalt because that's the hardest one to notice that there's this blending issue. It's still noticeable, at least for me, pretty easily, but I guarantee you it'll take players a little bit longer to figure that one out. The average player, that is. I'm still not sure about this. I think I need to move this over. I think if I do that, right, what that ends up allowing me to do is it then lines that up with the ramp a lot more. So I'll just make it symmetrical on this side, but overall it should be a fine idea. In my humble opinion. I didn't even really remember placing this one. It's kind of funny. Oh, it is actually in line with that. Do I have any ramps that are actually that small? I guess this one. But I don't think I have one of the other side. Okay. Should be a bit more reasonable there. Yeah, it actually wouldn't surprise me if not so many of them ever noticed, to be honest. Oh, another fucking bot joined. God damn it. Alright, so Kian, you wanted to see like the whole map or whatever in its current form? I guess I should actually place the... Yeah. Helix Watcher is a real fucking blast from my ass, dude. A blast from the past. Right, so obviously I just did the North Strip recently. I also did this area in this session, and then I added a bunch of other shit. And then obviously restructured this area for another expansion, which I should actually check. Man, nothing stands out as being too wacky so far, which is nice. I'm thinking we probably want some sort of cover in this area, but I don't exactly know what it'll be. Well, that's where Rotund Ranger came from. Where guy went, I'm a fraud, a Rotund Ranger. And then like pulled the like a necklace that blew his own head off. which is pretty stupid. The whole thing is just goofy. The second season was actually insane. It was way more insane than I thought. It like even based on watching the first season. At some point, I probably should do like a fucking the equivalent of a Let's Play where I live stream myself watching it. But I don't know how to do that legally without getting like maybe nobody cares about this show, and so I just won't get DMCA'd. But I don't want to get like annihilated by some fucking bot that recognizes, because like YouTube has that scanner that like runs through and looks for copyrighted content, so it wouldn't surprise me if it picked that up. I guess maybe it actually would surprise me if, in some ways, but I do want to watch through the whole thing and like on Twitch or YouTube or wherever, and then just have like a face cam on my side. Like basically it would be a setup like where it would be like a picture-in-picture view, so you'd see the show in like correct aspect ratio, but like upper right, and then you'd have me on the bottom left, and then I guess there could be like if anybody else was watching along with, and also providing guest commentary, they could be like in the Discord, like the Discord thing would show up like some of my old playthroughs and during fraud nights and stuff. Yeah. Who's the fraud now? I just get annihilated. That would be really fun, though. That would be something I would actually enjoy doing. That would be like the one, because I've forgotten most of it now, but it would be like probably one of the most absurd like experiences on the channel ever that would ever go on the channel. It might have to be like an unlisted archive or something, because if it got too many views, it would get fucking botted or whatever. Like people would, like the AI would realize it or something. I don't know, but it would be fucking choice content. Okay, it would be really good. I don't know how I would ever pull it off, but a man can aspire. Terran aspirant, if you know what I mean. Forgot to make that buildable and walkable earlier. I'm going to scan through and find the other cases of that, and then I should correct it in the file as well. This does mean that anybody who had used this doodad is going to have to replace it later. 15399. Oh, it is 339. think I got it all in this map. I'll have to fix it in another map I've been working on lately, but no rush there. I wonder what that is. Take a look. I guess it's because it doesn't have the S on HTTPS. I've changed it now, so I guess going forward it should be fixed, but I'm obviously not going to search every fucking video. There's no mass replace tool in YouTube metadata, unfortunately. So the bottom two players are allies. This guy's all by himself. And these two over up here are allies as well. So the force allocation is Terran and Zerg in the bottom, Terran in the middle, 2 Protoss in the top. Alright, should be fixed. But these two guys are kind of like unified in that sense. One of the concerns I do have with the Zerg is that there isn't really a base for them to take in the early game unless they take this one, which is kind of like right next to there. They could also like, I didn't even really start thinking about that until just now. I think I can add a base down here, even though it'll be quite safe. And then I guess I could just like add some extra starting resources in their main, maybe a second gas, or maybe a second gas down here in this base. Because I think what the Zerg is probably going to, like, if you're the player, right, because you're going to be playing as the Terran, I'm imagining the Terran deciding, like, all right, I'll go here and take this base, and then I'll give, like, the Zerg the top bases up here because there's nothing else. So they definitely need a base down here, and it would even be somewhat efficient usage of the space, although I kind of had conceptualized a lot of it as just sort of flavor and negative space in the sense that there's not really meant to be anything down there. But I think it's probably fine to slap something down. Oh, it looks like my buildability of grass structure is still not fixed. I think I only fixed that for one height level, but not the other. Yeah, the middle player starts out with a decent amount of stuff. They actually start out with 2 bases, decent number of like 6 workers on either base, which isn't really that much. A reservoir. They've got 2 Cyclopses, 2 Mavericks, a Goliath, a Cleric, and 2 Madcaps. And obviously they've got, what, 3 watchdogs, 3 depots, 2 factories, 1 racks. So they have a decent amount of stuff. The lore or premise of this map is that you've got this guy in the financial district with his hoity-toity fucking, area, and he's like called in some hired guns to help him stay alive while he gets set up. And he's the 1%. And down here you've got commies. Fucking communist motherfuckers. And they're trying to take down the 1%, but they're also fighting against the buttcoin miners up top who are convinced that fiat currency is not the way to go. So they have a vested interest in getting rid of the 1% and assaulting Wall Street. But they also, obviously the commies don't believe in any currency, so they've got to go. So it's basically like that kind of team free-for-all style, but there's a gold rush concept where you're all rushing towards the middle of the map because it has a lot of resources and because there's a solo player there who wants to hold on to it for dear life. So you're kind of offsetting that where it's a 2v2v1 and the 1 is actually in the middle of the 2 teams of 2. So it's a bit different conceptually, but I think there's something to be said about it actually working. I'm not 100% sure that it will, but that's the thrust of it anyway. Lol Street, indeed. That could be it too, yeah. I've been trying to come up with different ways to like explore dialogue in the middle of a mission because I feel like it does actually add a decent amount. It's reinforcement of the basic concept that there are characters trying to do things in this mission. And, they're leading, even if it's a comedic premise or whatever, or if there's some farcical element to things, it's almost like, well, I guess that's actually it. It's the difference between like treating your project like a farce and treating it like being comedy. Something farcical is when it just like stamps on all over the concept or whatever, right? And sometimes that's appropriate if it's a parody project or something, right? If it's meant to break the fourth wall in that way or whatever the case might be. But if you're not, even if you have like this is the concept that I used to call film comedy, because there's plenty of comedic projects, well, not plenty, but there's a decent number of comedic projects out there in the space. One of the common denominators is that they basically have this element to them that they just throw everything to the wind. They don't care too much about whether or not it makes sense or sounds good or basically it's not grounded and it's farcical, right? It's like the Bob levels where they make fun of like you can't have Bill Nye the Science Guy or whatever. And then there's like that gas campaign that Church made a while back where in the opening there's the enemy character, the hostile antagonist force is literally named Villain, as in villain, just with a space between Vil and N. And then he's walking through and there's like a fucking Bill Nye the Science Guy science festival. And he goes, "We can't rip off the Bob levels. Kill that man now," or something. Like, it's farcical. It's not really, it doesn't even take itself seriously, right? But there's a way to, like, there's basically what I'm getting at is there's a way to be comedic without not taking yourself seriously. Or maybe there's another way to break that down. But that's just some of my thoughts recently on some of this stuff is like, there's got to be some sort of path to reinforcing the idea that this world is somewhat grounded, but you get a couple of different ideas elsewhere or whatever. So Yeah, I'm not sure if that made any sense, but... Yeah, like the jokes basically have to remain in character. Whatever it is, be it comedic or serious, any element of the project has to conform to whatever the rules of the setting actually are. So you get that verisimilitude, right? The idea of things making sense, not necessarily in a logical or like, well, I guess logical would be the way to describe it in a way, but it's not necessary for a fantasy project or a science fiction project to be sensible in a scientific manner, right? It doesn't have to like conform to the rules of reality as we know them. You can get like superhero movies or whatever that do this, that play around with these ideas. Yeah, three metaphors, of course. The I think that the truth of the matter that you can tap into at pretty much any juncture is there are a couple of different ways to achieve this, but my thought process anyway is that you get I actually don't mind a cliff there now that I've done that as a prank. There we go. Trying to find the fucking sweet spot, but I don't think it exists. It's pretty ridiculous. I guess I can just move the geyser somewhere else. I guess I can't. Owned? I wonder why geysers specifically have this problem. Okay. That fixes it. I'll just move it over there slightly. Even though the hatchery is somewhere else, it's not going to make a difference. What was I just saying? Delete the dirt tile next to the top of the cliff edge. I don't even know which cliff edge you're talking about. Oh, you meant like if I was actually trying to place the tile there, how would I make it look good? Yeah, it wouldn't match, it wouldn't be consistent with buildability, but yeah, that would be one way to do it. Yeah, he just meant so that it didn't like overwrite some of the asphalt terrain, but that wasn't what I was trying to accomplish. I was trying to stop the fucking res areas from like this base from stealing this geyser so that the AI thought that it should be mining from this by default. It just never expands there, like an idiot. Where was I going with that? I was talking about comedy and stuff. Yeah, I think you can make your project feel generally pretty good. Um, and as long as things are internally consistent, you get that verisimilitude, you get that idea of things making sense within the confines of the story's premise and the setting. So if you establish that like these characters have these traits, then if they start to express something that goes contrary to those traits, you better have a good fucking reason for that. If you don't, then it will, well, even if you do, but it's not revealed yet, it will definitely ask some questions. It'll beg some questions. It'll make things feel less less internally consistent and less generally less effective overall. So yeah, it's not too difficult to envision a world where comedy projects work in this manner. It's just that you don't normally see them attempted like that, for my money. Yeah, that was the meme idea that I came up with. It's a fucking Like I think I said it was a dinosaur exhibit or something, but I like the idea of it just being like, what are we gonna do, boss? This thing just died here millions of years ago. Eh, just build over it. It's fine. Behold the Mike Henge. I like Mike Henge because it's very similar. It's like basically Mike Head, which is of course what Mike is. One of these days, Mike is going to be very mishappy because we only respect him because of his head. His head is the most notorious aspect about this man. I mean, they also have some, like, fucking terrariums and stuff over here, but I like the idea that this is, like, a... I guess I could put a sign or something over here to, like, sell that even further. Problem is, obviously, it has to be, like, a destroyed sign, because nothing else makes any sense. We could put the Blizzard sign there, but I don't really want to do that. Nah. Preempted that one. We'll put this red sign because it's like commie. I wish I had made ones without those fucking lines. It's pretty stupid. Yeah, it's the muscle emoji. But it's also red, so commie. That's the Sons of Korhal logo or whatever. Though you'd never know that. It's not like they ever comment on it in the campaign. Yeah, I guess we could put like if I blended the or if I moved the doodads over here in this area, like over to the asphalt tile that we have here, the half asphalt or whatever, that could be pretty easily thrown up over in this area. Yeah, of course, wave emoji, U emoji. We have those two as Unicode characters in the game, so. I still can't believe that the Black Dream is a real fucking thing. And of course, DF had the hilarious concept of it being... That's unfortunate. Yeah, DF had the idea that it was the... it was Ahmed with a suave... It was like the guy from the Old Spice commercials, but Ahmed. Sun would be in the shape of a Micken drum. Yeah, instead of a muscle emoji, it would have the fucking just the poultry leg emoji or whatever it's called. I don't even know if it's a whip, but I assume it is, yeah. I think it's a more immediately visible in like one of the cutscenes or something. Flagellate and conquer. Yeah, I don't know. I think we just leave that as it is, to be honest. My excuse for that area will be it's map crap. Three. I quite like these as little accents because obviously they almost look like pieces of the structure plating thing. Honk. Oh fuck! It's offset by 1! Owned. Should have counted better, I guess. It's not even like I offset everything else by 1 or whatever. Those are fine, so it's just me being goofy. Yeah, it takes a while for that sinking feeling to hit. I don't suppose I have a version of this that... Oh, I do. I just never added it, which makes sense, actually. Oh, shit. No. Yeah, I will put a little bit of structure south of that middle base that I was just working at. But I think that's the extent of what I'll be doing. Just needed to add that level of height. I suppose this does actually eat up a decent amount of build space, though. Should be a bit better. And when I add the ramps, I can put them here and here. Well, I'd say this is pretty nice progress for however long I've been streaming for. 4 hours. Not too shabby. Okay. Let's admire our work. Okay. So this is what it was at before we started today. And this is what the last 4 hours have given us. Obviously, we shifted a number of things in the southern area. We added those 2 extra bases to the left and to the right. I would say the layout is still not complete. I want to add an area here in the bottom left-hand side of things, between these 2 bases that are on the structure on the left side. I want to add some sort of cover there, even if it's very small, so that you could theoretically like take that path to maybe arc down and up this north ramp, or arc down and down here into this ramp. I might even make this ramp a little bit smaller to return it to the same symmetrical size as this. It'll be the same size as this ramp, basically. I think that is what I'll do next for this area, those 2 things that I mentioned. Smaller ramp, and then something to help like guide forces down to provide cover for this base. And then this top area is super plain right now. We definitely need to get, I think for both the high dirt and the higher dirt areas in general, there needs to be more visual variety. And I would like some more asphalt visual variety as well. I'm just not 100% sure how I want to handle that. There's still this area where ideally I would be able to resolve the symmetry issues, where like the way that this asphalt thing here meets this asphalt thing would line up with the way that the coastal asphalt dips before bending back over. I think I was making a compromise to line this up with this on the right. It should be possible to just offset, like whatever offset I do to this, I can make that symmetrical on this side too. So just do the same thing over there. And looking at this now, it does feel like these terrarium things down here below this Terran base, they do kind of constrain this area a bit much. So I think I'll probably remove a couple of them, or maybe all of them, and do something else with that general area. Not 100% sure what that something else would look like necessarily. Overall, though, I'm quite happy with how this grass area on the right turned out. It's just that it is a little too busy right now. It would be super ideal if opening this area up and maybe even removing some of the doodads that block building and stuff would actually allow the NAI that takes this base up here to then build some production structures and stuff down here, especially since it would either be Terran or Protoss. You would actually expect that. I think that would be really cool, just to see a couple of different things going on there. Yeah, I could also do that just for the sake of adding more build space up there. The current reason why it's in the positioning is, I mean, I could only move it like 1 tile down currently if I wanted to keep the asphalt the same area, in the same angle that it is, or without like modifying the water or the asphalt. But I don't mind restructuring that should it the need arise or the opportunity present itself. But yeah, I guess you're also making the comparison to this area over here. These are kind of meant to be the same. This is a symptom of the map being too thin. So if it was wider, there would be, for one, there would be more opportunities to sidestep the green area, the green guy's sphere of influence, so that you could the north and south forces could attack each other without having to go through him in the middle, which is already a flaw I've observed with the map's layout. Just have no plans to correct it currently, because expanding the map, I mean, it's not impossible that I do that. It's not unthinkable that I might end up doing that, but for now, it doesn't really seem like it's something I want to mess around with. It would definitely break the isometry of the few areas that I actually am using isometric data for, and that would certainly make it a little complicated to extend it out. But basically, I would take this base above the low ground base, and I would actually move it more to the right, and then open this area up a little. I would probably move this base a little bit more to the right as well. If, say, I had like 8 tiles on either side more, I'd probably move both of those bases over, and maybe this one would go up into the right slightly so that there would be more distance, net distance between them. And then by moving this one over to the right, I could open up this pathway between the base on the low ground and the starting main area of the green player, and that would allow for an avenue of approach directly down, should you want to do that. And then obviously over here, you could take like this base and move it further to the left, which would allow it to be a little bit more separate from the base that's close to the Kami Terran, and then also a little bit more separate from this base. And I guess in theory, I would also be able to move this base down to the right a little bit more, but I'm not 100% sure how I would want to resolve that issue just yet. I'm also not sure if I want to do something a little bit more interesting with this inner area. I think I'll probably have some grass blending in this area over here to add some more flavor. But aside from that, I'm not 100% sure what I want to do or if I want to do anything in particular. And I'm not 100% sure what I want to do with this north-facing area. I feel like the spacing is okay in this area, especially compared to the 2 problem areas we just discussed, where being to the right of the Terran's base, and then this area as well to the bottom left, where it's very close to another base for the commies, and kind of close to this open plan area. Yeah, I think the spacing over here is generally okay. If this map was wider, I'd probably move this Protoss up to the right a little bit, just by a few tiles. Restructure this cliff a little bit. Yeah, it would definitely make the map better to do that. The question is, do I feel like I have enough time? Like it's a kind of a cost-benefit analysis thing. Since I don't have a script yet, and I don't have a, like I haven't done any testing. So I would want to write out a script and get a mission planning going, figure out what my gaggle of characters is, and then if I can get the script done, written, like first draft, second draft, iterated on, and then do the voice acting for it, get the triggers ready and tested and all that stuff. If I can do all that, then yeah, if I still have time afterwards, I can return to the layout and tweak it some more. Don't have any compunctions against doing that. But right now, I think the sensible course of action is probably to continue moving in the direction of keeping the current layout, just in the interest of the release date being not so far away now that we're at Tuesday. So I'll probably get a little bit more work done on this map, doing some of the changes that I just mentioned. The ones that didn't involve completely expanding the map size. And I'll try to essentially finalize the layout if I were to use this map size so that I can then work on the script. And maybe I can do that live on stream tomorrow, the script work. I might also experiment with the idea of coming up with some build orders that are that are essentially like scenario specific almost. And I don't know how general use they would be. But I think I would try to make them more general purpose than they would need to be. Like they wouldn't use base layouts or coordinates or attack targets or whatever. But what I'm thinking is these build orders could use those and also might end up being something like, for example, I want to make a custom build order for this mid player because he's already going to start out with some things. So I want to actually, like, as soon as, like, his build order would immediately call all the build bool stuff, because it would be like he's ready to attack, like, very early on, or maybe not, like, immediately, like, within the first minute, though, he's ready to send off his first attack wave. And then also, like, the idea of him, he starts out with a couple of production structures and 2 bases, so he's got to, like, handle that. I would need to, obviously, write some sort of AI town script or whatever to manage his expansion. I guess it shouldn't be too difficult to just port over the current expansion logic and the things that are called there, which is what I initially had done. So I should probably just do that now in the interest of being able to do this. But I want to write a script that would be, maybe not for this map, but just in general, that would be more useful for the average player or the average developer, but wouldn't be randomly selected by the melee code. So a scenario developer could use
maybe like in this case, they could use the script that I wrote for this guy as like a way to, or the build order. He could set that build order like through deaths or whatever, and then that would give him the opportunity to be like, okay, if I'm pre-placing an extra base and like this guy or this guy's got like certain circumstances that like maybe this build order helps him out or whatever, like that would be one case where it's like possible or something like that. So I don't know how useful it will be for other people, but I feel like doing that is probably better than not doing that. You know, in this case, it's just map crap. But if I wanted to make like a map set, some sort of set of scenarios or like a mini campaign or something, and I wanted it to be playable, sort of like future proofing it so that I don't need a dedicated EXE, and also making it so that the AI in that map set is continues to see updates and improvements and usage for like new units and stuff, then for the future proofing side of things, I would probably just want to build it as an add-on to the existing script. So yeah, I'll probably end up doing something like that. And I guess this will be a nice trial run since it is indeed just map crap. So that's my spiel. I will be closing out the stream for now, and I'll do some testing maybe tonight off stream, but certainly tomorrow alongside my script work will definitely be something that I end up doing. But yeah, pretty exciting, epic progress so far. And before I get possessed to do some more work, I'm going to go get some water because I'm fucking parched. And then I'm going to take a walk. So thanks everybody for hanging out. Shoutouts to DF for the terrain and Veek for some exciting new features that you guys should all bully him and ask him about in the Cosmonarchy channel on the Discord server. Shout out to the Discord server. Please join if you are a human and not a bot. And we will continue the conversation about RTSs and exciting things like that. So, yeah, all those links in the description. Bye.